Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. This may well be the last stream of the week. I will be away tomorrow. So I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now on both Twitch and YouTube. I'm going to be working on some work today that I don't think I can keep around on YouTube long term because it's kind of like client work. It is the resurgence, the return of the archaeology project. I'm doing some updates for that. I also started a new job yesterday, a new contract job, which is a game pixel art job, which I'm super excited to be working on. And for those of you in America, you may be able to play this game one day soon. It's a small project, and I'm not doing much dev on it. I'm just doing the art. So really cool job. And most importantly, it pays well, so that's great. So we've got a couple of jobs that I'm doing at the moment. I'm going to be away over the weekend with some friends, and then still working on scene maps, still working on Insignia. Okay, so I want to say thank you to those of you who are here in chat on YouTube and Twitch. Big thanks to Cozzy JJ for the most recent follow and Arya JP for the most recent subscription. I am busy. I got a baby on the way, so I can't afford to mess around. This is going to be a big back half of the year for me. Okay, so I wanted to tackle archaeology kind of like as soon as possible. Let me open up Slack and see if there's anything I can respond to there. I don't think so. Oh, I might. One sec. I might have. We had a painter come by earlier today, and I wasn't able to speak to them because I was in a consulting session that I was giving. So I will be right back. Gosh, I've got too many things open. Let me close. I'll keep this open. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, so painter situation was a success, mostly. Dude, can I have this like crazy dilemma in my house that's actually gonna cause me so much time. It's gonna cost me so much. The house that I live in right now, I don't own. It's a house that I'm renting, and I'm renting it off of a family member. So the rent is pretty affordable, but because we are getting cheap rent, we need to be kind of like, we're in charge of if we want something repaired or fixed or maintained, like it's kind of up to us to do it a little bit. And when we moved in, the house has like, you know, a dozen doors and windows and 10 more window frames. And when we moved in, a friend of my uncle's was like, I'll paint the house for you. Not the whole house, but I'll paint all the doors and windows and frames. The frames of these doors that he painted are like not actually suitable. The paint job is not holding up because literally like a month or two after we moved in, the freaking paint started like flaking off and scratching on every door and every door frame and every windowsill. If I like literally use my hand, if I like take a fingernail and go, paint will flake off because undercoat was not put on it, and the doors weren't sanded, so there's no texture for the paint to stick on. So what was like something that would have taken like, I don't know, a couple of days to paint will now take me like a week and a half, 2 weeks to sand down so that it can be properly painted. And because we have a baby coming, we don't want there to be paint all over the floor. And there is, like, when I haven't vacuumed, you get paint flecks on the floor, like around all the door frames and stuff. So the other day I spent like 3 hours like scraping the paint off of one of the doors, sanding it down and applying like a primer to it. And it's like not just like a door, it's like a door and then the other side of the door. You know what I mean? Like it's both. Control F, flip, nope, not that one. That one. You know, it's like both sides of the door you have to do this for. And that includes like the architraves, like these frames. You know, it's like the crease is like this and then it comes out and goes back in and goes out. It's like, you know, it's a door. They got the little streak in them. So it's not like you just go, it's sort of got a thing. So this is like something where we have a painter coming by who's going to be doing the painting of these, but they charged like, because it's like a lot of work. It was like a week wage of them. I can't afford to pay them that. So I was like, I'll do it and then you can finish it. So we halved the price because I can't afford for his week, but I can afford for half of his week. So I've got like 10 doors to sand down and scrape all the paint off. That's just what was happening when I started the stream. The painter came and my wife was talking with him and I needed to check what the update was. Oh, such a headache, man. Such a headache. Anyway. So, baby coming, 2 jobs, fixing all the doors. We also got to refloor the kitchen. We're doing so much stuff. Let me just check to make sure that I am not being spoken to in any of these Slack channels. Oh, okay. All right, I'll accept that. No, I don't want that. Okay, I'll do that later. Slack's crazy, man. Okay. It's like trying to be Notion now, and it's not super good at it. Okay. So, hey Zoranak. Is there an easy way to have states not need to be monobehaviors, but just classes? Yeah, certainly. You can have states be classes. Yeah, the only reason I make them monobehaviors is because I like to pass the parameters for the states into the inspector. if you don't want to do that, you could just make them classes. The way that I've got them set up, specifically with the do functions instead of update functions, you can just have them be classes. In fact, a lot of the states in Insignia don't inherit from mono behavior. They are just classes that inherit from state, which inherits from nothing. So yes, you can do that. Yeah, I actually have 2 implementations. Oh, no. You're saying that you can. There is an easy way to have states not need mono behaviors, but just classes. You're saying inherit from component instead of inheriting from mono behavior? That's what you're saying. What I imagine you're trying to say. Because I like mono behavior. The reason why I usually inherit from mono behavior is because I like there being an update loop as well, optionally. There are lots of states that I have that do need to check things every frame, but don't need to update every frame. So in the update loop, I'll be like, am I grounded, for example? But that's not running the state. That's just updating instance variables on the state. Because I often have checks like should enter on a state. So a state can say, hey, do I have the things that I need to be entered into by the state machine? Can the state machine take me on? And a lot of the times those require there to be things like, stuff being processed on update that's separate from the state logic. It's just processing stuff. And it's not expensive to inherit from mono behavior. The difference between component and mono behavior is the event callback for update, right? Maybe a couple of other things. Having state have no inheritance period, but still have the data be modifiable in the inspector. You mean like serializable? Making it of type serializable? Yeah, but that's a separate thing again, because then you still need, like, what I like about this in Insignia, and I think this is if this was Godot, you would have to do it this way, but I like to do it in Unity this way, is that you end up building a tree that models the actual state machine. So for me, like one transform per state and one state per game object, and then nest them. I actually think that that's like good practice. And I know that it's not like particularly efficient, clock cycles wise, but I think it's a good model for developers who are especially entry-level developers, because it forces you to think about these things in a way that's hierarchical and fixed, rather than like dumping a bunch of logic in one game object that's actually a tree, but thinking of it like it's a big serial list, if that makes sense. Like having one game object with a ton of components on it actually sucks. Because even if you are doing dragging and dropping, if you have states point to other states and stuff, it's like, how do you do that from here? You need to be able to pull from over here into there. So just for the editor's sake, I like to do that. Yeah. I know there are other ways, but this is how I like to do it. Sometimes, like, we live in a time where the computing power required to run the game so far exceeds the cost of the game hierarchy that, like, you can be as efficient as you want with the scene hierarchy. You can have 1 million of these things and it probably won't even slow the game down. How do you make a graph tab that holds all of your levels? This one? It's a custom script that I'm working on. I built this. It'll be released soon if you're interested. I should have some sort of a sign-up form. Hey, Tan. Yeah, this will be on the Unity Asset Store in like a couple weeks, hopefully. And it doesn't have to be purple if you don't want it to be. We can do, there's a monochrome version too. But yeah, this is something that I am working on this. I'll be working on it on stream today, a little later. Yeah, the only thing that I don't like about the behavior state trees is that when you do have multiple of these, there is a chance that if you give these non-zero values, you could have weird offsets if you're not careful. So I'll get to this a bit later. I'll close Unity for Insignia and I'll switch over to archaeology. So archaeology, for those of you who don't know, is a project that I was working on last year. It's a client project and I do have a clearance to work on it on stream, at least for the next little, well, I've always had it. This is a project for a museum. That is it's like a digging game. So you literally have your trowel and it's actually more like arcade controls. So you dig up artifacts, you switch tools and you dig them up a little more carefully. And you can free them. And then you brush them off. And then, hooray, you found a footprint on a tile, on a roof tile. And you can go and look for other things and do the same thing. So it's really just an educational piece that goes in a museum. And oh, what do we got here? We got some sort of, as if I don't know what it is. What is this? Oyster shells? So, yeah. It's a fun little project. It's been in the Museum of Sydney for the last 6 months or so, 8 months, and now it's touring. So they're going to make mobile cabinets, arcade cabinets for this thing, and then put them in different museums around Australia, I guess, and just have it go into different smaller museums. So, what we have to do today is mostly we have to streamline this, make some updates, because the version that I built for the museum had networking in it, and it was like using MQTT to send messages across the different computers, and they would have synchronized environmental effects like lightning and rain and dogs coming in and running across the thing. And there was like a bunch of synced events that aren't going to be in the touring version because they're not going to have a mother computer orchestrating the networking. So we need to strip out, well, there's a few things we need to do. We need to strip out the networking. We need to change the orientation of the screen a little bit. We need to remove some of the UI that reflects the arcade buttons. We need to, yeah, because previously it was projected down onto a set of arcade controls. So this here, this orange button, this here, on the web version, it's an image of an arcade button. On the version in the museum, it's just the highlight, and you can see the highlight on the arcade button. So like you literally see, you look down and you see it and you push the button because the button is being lit up. In the touring version, it's not projected. It's a screen, it's a monitor. So I need instead for it to be an arrow pointing down at the button because it's going to be off screen. So stuff like that needs to change. Let's go over to, there are 2 scenes here on the project. One of them is called web scene, one's called install scene. And install scene is the one that we want to work on today. So I just need to make sure that our game manager has all of the references to each of the artifacts in it. And the install scene is 2-player. It's 2 separate plots happening at the same time. It's really just 2 game instances side by side. Hey, Worksawat. Thank you so much for the sub. Worksawat? That's got everything in it. So these are all the things you can find. And then there's also stuff that's like garbage. So that's the distribution. And then you got 2 seats, player 1, player 2. We've got a config file that gets loaded into and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So first thing was they wanted content 15 millimeters from the bottom aligned to screen. Okay. So what we've got is, this is a 2:1 aspect ratio. Let's go back to 1080p. And what they want is the content to be bottom aligned, but up by some amount. Now, as far as I understand, that can be achieved but just by taking the camera and literally moving the camera down. I think that just like immediately solves it. The only concern is that because we have this thing off the bottom, it's going to be, I don't know if they need that to be empty or if there can be something there. Like if I move the camera down by some amount, then do they need that to be black pixels or is it nothing? I will just make a little script, I think, that handles this. And I'll put it on the camera, maybe. Or at least, well, if I move the camera, the problem is the screen debug needs to live in the same spot on the camera all the time. So I could actually just take this and I wonder if I could put this on the camera. Does that work better? Let's figure this out. So, in the game manager, I have a toggle that will let us do special keys enabled, which will allow us to toggle on the debug. And that looks like it's actually offset. So now we can go back to this and bring back that override. 0.3, negative 0.3. I don't know why that's like that. That's so weird. Or is it actually that this is off by 30 pixels? No, it's the whole thing. Okay, so weird. I don't know why that would be negative by 0.3 if the camera itself is positive by 0.3. No idea. Okay. Yes. So on the web version, it's touch and mouse. On the install version, it's an arcade stick. Okay, so that's good. We just now want to move the camera down by some amount. If I shift the camera down to like there. Oh, dude, that's so weird. What is going on here? Then this goes to 0. Why is the rect transform ignoring the fact that it's a child of the camera? How is that happening? Is that possible? I've never seen that before. If I move this, yeah, I mean, I guess it is doing that. So why can't I just, what the heck? What the hell? I'm stunned, chat. I guess I just Oh, it's 960 by 540. That's the difference. Okay. So then it's really just about how tall I want this to be. 540, and that's going to fill the whole screen. And then I should put that at 0, and then I can have the BG and everything else be offset from the top, it should be. And in fact, that metadata sits at the very top. So let's call it, let's do this. -60. Height 24. And then this guy, -80. Or just 80? Why is that -60? I guess this also needs to do this, and then it's negative. But we make the pivot on the, it's 1, so now it is -80. Sweet. And that has the same pivot. Nope. Pivot here needs to be 1 on the y-axis. That can be 0, -50, and then the text which goes below the metadata is -80. Height, sure, 480, 430 is fine. Okay, that makes way more sense to me. Yeah, and then I back out of here. Nice. So when I'm pressing this button and then I press play, that's a little weird. I think because there's maybe some overrides on this. Yeah. Get rid of that. That's one of the biggest flaws that Unity has. I don't know what they need to do to fix it, but it's infuriating. If you go to a prefab and change a canvas, the canvas will not respect the actual, it'll create overrides at the scene level, even if you change them at the prefab level, and they weren't overridden on the scene level. So bad. So now we have the camera. Now we can shift this wherever we want. So the number would be -0.3. And I guess we would just have some script here called like camera offset, I suppose. So formatting, please. Please. No. Yes. Okay. So so what we want to do is say, I guess just like public float offset. I guess this should be configurable. For now, we'll just say public float offset, and then literally just do that. I know that's crazy. It's like, why would I pass in a variable? Ooh. Yep, that's actually perfect. So like -0.3, I guess. The idea is that at some point there will be a file that determines this offset. So I needed to be able to load it in from somewhere else and assign a function. Because otherwise, like, why wouldn't I just change this value here? So that's that. I press play and it should just correct itself at runtime. Yep. I think that's right. Yep, perfect. Now, the real value here is they want to measure the offset from the bottom. So it's really not, this isn't the value that they want to be able to reference. They want to be able to say pixels from the bottom, but even then it doesn't matter. I think we can just hard code it once it's running on the hardware. That's not a big deal. In fact, even this script is like totally superfluous right now, but maybe there will be different. You know what? There might not even be different builds. I'm going to keep this in here for now. Just to have something. Okay. Now, there's also a challenge here because I've got a bunch of stuff. There are like a few different branches here, and I want to make sure all the work has parity. So I need to track back through all of the updates and see if anything that I did shouldn't be, like which things should be in both, you know? Let's have a look. Updates version for security purposes. Adds room sound to web build. Adds challenge button. Room sounds to web build. Oh, that's already done. Oh, that actually saves me so much energy. Updates challenge button to allow keys to move cursor and interact with the button. Export file. Cursor to be more visible inside and above challenge during challenges. Definition updates challenge UI to fade in. Did I change the game content at all? Forces master on web. Blocks mouse input while plot is being cleared. Updates cursor behavior to more appropriately touch. Yeah, like that, for example. I don't know what I did here. Shrinks game to play at clean 960p. Adds support for on-screen challenge button. Adds special keys flag for toggling off debug controls. Adds eucalyptus brick. Adds web scene. Check so that events still happen. Fixes issues so that lock the queue input for only with no master. Updates. So it looks like this is kind of just the main branch at this point. It looks like I could just bring everything in, except maybe for this, which we should just check what that is. Looks like I just added some checks. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happens there. Let's have a look. I mean, oh, that's not quite right. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Okay, this is not meant for 2 players. There's kind of a separation even between the hand and the mouse. It's not too bad, but... Well, actually, this is totally playable. Yeah, this is fine, actually. Oh, that's no good. What is that button? W? E? A? What did I just do? R. Resets the game. But it didn't seem to do anything. Okay, we're going to figure out what's going on here. Oh, massive sneezes. Okay. Hey, Saravati. All right. I still don't want MQTT to run here at all. And I don't want the mouse to do anything, really. And I got to fix this shadow issue. So let's start with that. Oh, that's fun. Let's start with the hand. Shadow is at UI 28. I don't know why that is. Okay. What about the other hand? $30 and 28. So we're going to bring the other hand up to 30. Let's revert this. Hey, there we go. This is not a mini game for Insignia. This is a contract job that I worked on a while ago. Oh, that's interesting that you can move the cursor outside of the bounds of the plot. That should not really happen. It's kind of interesting that it sort of lets you try. What happens if I go over here? No, we don't want to let that happen. Okay. So, I think I will kill this camera offset script. It's just not necessary. I don't think it's going to help anybody. I think I just need to go back to the camera because this will fail now. Remove that. Recompile. Yep. And then say... Okay. So I got to think about versioning here because there's two different platforms that we're supporting with the same build. And right now it's even the same prefab. So honestly, I would prefer not to branch these. unless I was so confident that I could pull commits back and forth. But I think game design is just too messy for that. The idea being like, I don't want to have one branch where this is a button and another branch where it's an arrow, and then just never have those two things cross over. I just feel like there's always going to be the issue of maybe some functionality touches both and it needs one or the other to be the case. And so if I'm trying to commit something, I end up being forced to pick one or the other anyway, or rewrite the commit for the other. I mean, maybe that's the right way. Has anybody got any experience doing this before? The same game, two different platforms. How do you, I mean, a lot of games, I guess, would have to come across that, but I don't think you would handle different platforms in different branches, would you? Unless you knew your commits were really good and separated, super modular. Maybe that is the right way. I think I need some help here. Just ask the computer, what is the conventional wisdom? I didn't actually expect it to look at my project. I just wanted a general answer. Yeah. Separate platform branches usually create pain. Merge conflicts and drift over time. Bug fixes need to be cherry-picked twice. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Harder QA parity between platforms. Yeah. The concern that I had, the biggest concern was commit drift between the two branches and cherry picking fixes. So if I can handle it all in one branch, I think I will. And like I said, I just need to make sure that what I'm doing is not causing problems across the two versions. For example, this issue here with updates cursor behavior to more appropriately support touch devices. That commit needs to, whatever that was trying to do on the web version, it needs to still do, which is the challenge. If I save this scene and go back over to the web scene, the issue here is, oh, I see. See how like, that's what it was. I let the cursor drift. So here's the hand, right? Here's the hand. The cursor is a little dot that says when you strike the brush, that's where it's going to be centered around. The cursor is really important. I need it, but it's the hotspot, exactly. But you can't see this. See this button here? When I allow the cursor to free itself from the button conditionally while this thing is open, now you can I can play the game, come over here and click the button with the cursor, even though it's bound normally to my hand. So, dog's running around, hand is frozen now, but the cursor is still active, And I can
Shoot.
click that. You know, buttons over here, eat. And now I'm controlling this again. So the separation is still really important on the web because the dismiss button is outside of the bounds of the plot. On the joystick version, you never need to do that because it's a physical button that does it. So I still need to allow the cursor to separate from the brush, but literally only for web. I need to split that. What is archaeology test? I don't need that right now. So let's come over here and look at the brush. And move cursor. Mouse move. How is this set up? What would stop me from using an if compiler? Nothing. But I think that's too deep. Yeah, I can check. There are properties I can check that just go, hey, is this the web version? Like what? There are two different scenes. So I can literally just say, what scene are we in? Or like there's a Boolean I can check to say like, which platform are we running on? I don't need the compile time constants. Yeah. So cursor transform belongs to seat. So that's it right there. Okay. So I need to see where cursor transform is being set, and everywhere that the position is being updated, I need to check. Position equals that. This is move to cursor. This is on the brush, but this should only happen if the seat is free. Yeah, that's fine. But then what's stopping me on the install scene? Oh, I think nothing is stopping me. I think I can physically move the hand outside of the space if I want. Oh, no. What? It's perfect. Oh, I see. It's not perfect. Well, I mean, like, the cursor... I guess I just need to say if we're on the web scene... I mean, if we're on the install scene, I could say literally just ignore the mouse inputs. That's the easiest way to do it. Literally, like... Yeah, is web scene. Let's really just do that. Yeah, it's still a good approach. I don't disagree with you there. This was what I wanted. If it's not the web scene. Okay, well, that didn't work. Excuse me? No, it's if it is the web scene. Is this not hot reloading? Why can I do that? Okay, that's a problem. No, it's not. It's okay. That's just a boolean. That's checking the is web scene. Maybe it's just false. Or maybe it's just true, actually. It could just be true even here in this scene. I could just be crazy. Wait, but it's not running this code because it's not logging that. So then where else are we doing it? Ah! Buongiorno. What do you say in Italy? Bienvenuto? No. Whoa, that was a fun sound. Okay, that seems to be fine. And I can't... Oh, I can move this outside of that. I don't really want to do that, so let's keep going. Key move, cursor transform position plus equals delta. If we are not the web scene, clamp within... Yeah, clamp to plot bounds. There's probably a better way to do that, but let's see what happens. Oh. Nope. Clamp this between this and minus that and that plus that. That seems pretty good, but let's have a look to see what's happening here. So I can go up and I can go down. But it's not actually clamping the values inside, which sucks too. So vertical and horizontal. So those are what I want to... Oof. Wait a second. What the hell? How is that possible? What's your take on using AI? All of the ethics aside, you should use it in a way that empowers you, not replaces you. That's my little trick. These are local variables, so these can't stack. The delta is just the direction, which again is just made up right here. So then how is it that cursor transformed opposition, which is literally just it's just this value, which is what it already is, clamped? How could this accumulate? That literally doesn't make any sense. Unless that code wasn't running. One, two, 1, 2. That doesn't make any sense, dude. How many lines of code are doing this? Where is cursor transformed opposition being set? Only if it's the web scene. You would think maybe it would be here that we would clamp it. Hey, Claymore Dev, welcome. Thanks for the raid. What'd you get up to today? Yeah, maybe we just take this away and we do the one check in one spot. So key move gets called from here. So then let's put key move above this. And then at the end, we can if it is not the web scene, okay, that's fine. Website work and fish models. That's cool. I'm working on a fishing game, not on stream. Okay, if it's not web scene, then we say clamp cursor transform position to plot bounds. So it is that. Do I have any helpers? Might actually be a bounds object. Did I not unlock the emotes I want? I don't know what that means. Do I use Linux? I have Omachi installed on this machine, but I don't use it. I haven't been using it. Okay. I can go off the edge. By 1, 2. Oh, but I can't go far off the edge. Just a little bit. That's fine. I think we can do that. I can allow that. That's totally good. Sweet. Okay. I use my points to unlock them, but I can't access them. I don't know what to tell you. You'll have to take that up with Twitch. I don't think that's up to me. I don't know if you have or have not unlocked them. Cool. Okay, that works. And then we switch over to the web scene. And then the question is, does this still work exactly the same way? Perfect. I think that works. So I'm going to bring this over and say updates mouse input updates cursor inputs to be managed managed per platform more appropriately. Okay. So the next thing is on the install scene, I just want to replace this sprite, which should be easy enough. Yep. And right now, I just have this sprite sheet. I just would swap that to a different sprite sheet, really. And that's the pulse, and then there's the button shape as well. But the button shape is challenge button up. So I guess the controls, what handles this? Challenge UI. This has the button down and button up. Okay. So I would just say, if this is web scene, do one thing. If it's not the web scene, do something else. Or literally toggle this off completely if it's not the web scene. So I'll get to that. So I think it's now time to merge. I really don't know what. Let's have a look at this again. Adds web scene check so that events still happen. Adds brick, adds special keys, adds support for on-screen challenge button. Shrinks game, updates cursor behavior. Forces master on web. Adds loading screen on start. Darkens challenge button. And then the other concern was that I did a fix. There's this December 4 version, and that looks like it's just where we left it. Has this version got the state system that I was using? Seat would have the states. Clear plot. Schedule. Yes, this has a global schedule system. This was the one I liked. What am I working on? I'm working on an archaeology game for a museum. I think I will merge this. Hang on. It did get a web release, yeah. I don't know where it's hosted though. Let's have a look. This is the exhibit. It's called Dig It. I don't know. I don't know where the link is. I think the way this works is when school excursions come to the museum, they give them a worksheet and a link so they can do the worksheet. Look at that. See, that's my game. Kids playing my game. They get a worksheet and then they get a link to the game that they can play on their iPad or whatever. Is that me? Is that my hair in December last year? I can't tell. It mustn't be. I don't think I was in a photo shoot ever. No, it must be this kid, right? That's the kid's hair. Is it? I can't. Yeah, that's the little kid. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know where the link is. I do have a link, but it's not a public link for you to play. Cool. Dude, one of these was so cool. This little aspect of the exhibit, this here, is actually one of the coolest things. So there were a few activities as part of the exhibit, and one of the activities is they have these artifacts, right? Like a bowl from the 18th century. The bowl is like broken in real life, but all the pieces are still there. So behind glass, you can see the full bowl, right? However, they digitally scanned the pieces and then reconstructed them. No, they didn't reconstruct them. They 3D scanned the pieces, passed them into like they modeled them basically from the scans, and then 3D printed them in color so that you can reconstruct them in the thing. So like you're sitting there and it's like, here's a china plate and it's in 4 different fragments. You can put the fragments together and rebuild the artifact. How cool is that? And they have like a proper, like, they have like a guide, like a template, and they kind of like, and they're magnetized. So they click together. It's really cool. And because they're 3D printed in color, it feels like you're holding the actual artifact. Do you realize your kids will be playing these games when they say, my dad made this? Maybe. Okay, so I don't have a link to it, sorry. Let's go back over to here. And so now we've merged. Now we're in main. We should look at the Slack channel to see if I can go through any of the tasks. Okay, so bottom aligned, yeah, we can control that. That's easy. Add background audio sounds to existing sounds. So I might have already technically done this. Lunch bell 2 is there. I think I had ambient background sounds and rain sounds and stuff. I think that's what I didn't have. So I need to download all of these sound effects and put them in. One sec, pals. You're not allowed to see any of this. Where is the download button? There it is. Pals, I played soccer last night. I'm in this like stupidly competitive casual pickup game group. There's like 17 of us. And we have like a soft competition going on where they randomize the teams every week. You play 2 games on the night that we play, half an hour each. It's 5-a-side soccer, so it's like on a tennis court sized, or a bit bigger than a tennis court sized, like a basketball court, I guess, sized pitch. And there are no outs because it's surrounded by like a steel cage, basically. And I did not care about being good at this thing or winning. But in the last like 3 weeks, it started getting extremely competitive. And I was not doing well on the ladder. I'm a defender. I play defense. That's just naturally what I'm good at. It's naturally what I like to do. But we don't like count goals saved. We only count wins and goals scored. And I was not doing well on the table with either of them. So I was like, but I know I'm a good player. I know I want to know if I'm doing well. So I need to make my numbers better. And I put so much energy into last night. It was like the last week that we were playing. And there were like 2 guys that if I won both games and I scored like 4 goals, I would be ahead of these other guys. And I did. I scored 4 goals. It was so stupid. Dumb competition. Okay, if I drag all of these in, do they all go in without an issue? I have like a mental block around scoring. It just feels weird. My brain doesn't like to. I can shoot the ball at the goal from anywhere. If there's a man in there and we're in a game scenario, I don't know. I just get nervous or like something happens to me. But I was so frustrated yesterday that I powered through it and I actually did score some goals. Okay. So I got BG some date, which is here. Ambient only, which is there. V2 rain and thunder. Dog sounds and lunch bell. But I think these 2 are the same sound, and it just added another sound. It added another. If I play this, they are the same file. So anything that's called 3 is just a duplicate. I don't think I need the 3. Wait a second. Let's just go over to the log. Yeah, dog sounds 3, lunch bell 3 don't need to be there. But everything else does. Oh, you found it. Oh, sweet. How did you do that? There you go. You can play my game. Enjoy. Probably, yeah. It's just web-based. You can play it on your Chromebook. It's a very simple game. Okay, so now we need to figure out when these sound effects actually show up. One sec. So I go back to the page and I check here. I don't think there is any more comments. Oh, there are comments. Okay. I think I just have to use my brain. So let's look at BG 231125 and see what that does. That's just people. Okay. So It's actually it might be worth asking them if they want the background audio on all of the machines. Whoa! Hey, Mr. TGDV with a big raid, like huge raid. How you doing, bud? Hope you're having a good time wherever you are on whatever you're doing. Mr. Camel. I'm working on a museum game, actually. I'm working on a couple of contract projects at the moment. This one is a follow-up to a previous project that I've had in the past. It's Adam, your stream setup is much cozier than Teej's. I don't know what Teej's looks like. I'm not a Teej viewer because I stream when he streams. I'd love to check out his channel one day, maybe. Is it more Spartan? I can imagine. He's got his green screen just greening. No, I bet he's got a proper green screen. He's not sitting there. He's not sitting there like this. Is he? Okay. So, yeah, we are doing, this is like a little game that we made for a museum, and now they're doing a touring version of the game. So there are some updates that I need to make. There's a web version and then a new touring version. Some of the hardware that's running the game is different monitors, that kind of stuff. So we're just making some adjustments. And then we might move over to some tools dev a little bit later. So, hey, thanks for the follows. Cheers. I was just checking. So let's go for let's go for the rain and the dog sounds and the thunder. We can do those. Sweet. Okay. So I think if I go over to the game manager and we check out for each seat. But we wouldn't want the sounds to be playing. Oh, damn. I think the seats experience the same things at the same time. So the audio should be playing from the seat level. Dude, that is actually really annoying. Okay, let's figure that out. What are we doing with the audio source here? Right, and it's one source per scene. And so that's going to be overloaded if we play too many sounds out of it. But I think we can try for now. We just see what happens. So we want... like thunder, for example. If I try running this now, let's see if we can get it to go. Like that. That was the lunch bell playing out of 2 different times, so you could hear it twice, and it like weirdly like amplified itself. So we're hearing the rain, but no thunder. Okay. Now, the concern with this is, oh man, this sucks. Because the way this is set up right now is I have the game instance, right? Game, oh my God, manager. That's running across this, yeah? Then I have the 2 seats, S-E-A-T. Previously, hey, pasta pestos. Hajime. So previously, these were different systems. This is like one PC, this is another PC, and they're using MQTT to talk to each other. Which is just like a messaging service that you can use on local and I guess even peer-to-peer networks. So you can send events, basically. So previously, I would have one monitor, which was the master PC. Not monitor, one system, which would send the MQTT to everybody. And then they would just do their thing. At the same time, we had a room PC, which was using Touch Designer. And Touch Designer would also receive this MQTT thing, and it would play the lightning sounds. In the room, like in the physical room where this is playing. So what I'm trying to do now is say, hey, I don't have one of these in the new install, which means this sound needs to play out of this PC and it needs to play out of this PC and this PC, but not twice, not per seat. That would be dumb. You'd hear it. You'd hear the same monitors playing 2 different versions of the same sound at the exact same time. So, hey, Lithium X. Yeah, this is Leonardo for Windows. It's insanely well optimized. Do I suggest a green screen? It's helpful, mostly because it lets me do this without blocking a full rectangle of my screen. Okay. So this is what I want to happen, but the MQTT is being sent. So the game manager is the per PC instance. So then this is the thing that needs to play. This sound. Well, you know, it's funny because I have a pen in my hand, right? And I'm looking down, I'm drawing down here, but I'm looking forward, right? That seems really complicated. This thing is called a mouse. When you use a mouse, the mouse is on the table and you look forward. So you have the skill. You're just not used to holding a pen while you use that skill, but it's the same skill. You don't look at your mouse when you use that. Don't count yourself out. All right, so the game manager I think it does receive the MQTT events. I'm pretty sure it's like set countdown, remove stray findings, time to next challenge, check next challenge. Don't tell me this is being done on the seat level, dude. Don't tell me that. Damn it. Oh, that's lame. All right, I need to start like my own little Figma file to track tasks for this, because it's no longer something where I can just do the tasks that are assigned to me, because I actually need to backtrack a bunch. Actually, do you know what? I might use looking for project for this. I got this little one sec. All right. I use this tool called Looking for Project. And I think it's really cool. So what you do is you can create a folder, and the folder is called Touring Build. It's a milestone, right? We call it like release. And then inside of this, we have our tasks that we have to do. So one of the tasks is a folder called bring in implement room audio. Okay, but implement room audio requires first us replacing implement MQTT replacement for per system audio. I guess a better way would be called like handle per system audio instead of per seat. Add support for game manager for room audio sounds. That's better. That'll do. Okay, and then the tasks are lightning, and then thunder, and then ambience. There are a couple more. Might even be dog sounds. And these, all of these are blocked by this. Can't literally do any of them until I do this. For lightning, it's worth checking. Do we need a white flash on screen? Easy to do. Okay. So the other things we have to do, what else do we have to do? Okay. So, go back to the Kanban board. Replace button highlight with down arrow. Cool. Oh, that's a fun bug. There we go. Okay. That's better. So we need to do all of this. Implement room audio, replace button highlight with down arrow on install version, add 15 millimeters of offset, disable MQTT support. That's really easy. So for implement room audio, Add support for room audio sounds. This requires me to... It's a tough one. So we need to make it so that one sound, one event plays across 2 seats at the same time, not twice across both. Our sounds need to play out of game manager. I guess like options could be just use player 1. Right? That could work. Or figure out some other way of determining who is in charge. The tough part, this is so tough. It's so tough because over here, that tool is called Looking for Project. This is called Leonardo. So the concern is this, right? You have one analog stick, button. This is a seat, right? This is one seat. And then you have another seat. And then this is the system. Game manager has 2 seats. This is a PC. The problem is, previously, it was like MQTT would send an event and each seat would pick up the event. And if it could do something about it, it would play it. And none of the information that was being sent to each seat cared about the other seat because any of the global things were happening on a different computer that was hooked up to the subwoofer in the room, the seat in the room. The audio speaker in the room. So the concern here is that because that is now gone, when the seats receive the audio, I need to determine what exactly is taking, like, who handles the global audio. And the answer to that is even a trick question because it's not global. Because what can happen, for example, say I've got this thing called like the lunch bell. So there's a sound that plays that looks like a bell. And if you're playing the game and the lunch bell rings, you have to stop and eat a sandwich in the game before you can continue. But if you happen to be finishing your level up, let's say you finished digging in the plot, level complete. The problem is, this guy shouldn't get the lunch bell because he's in the middle of a game transition. Like, he's not in like a playable state. So because the game is not technically in the play state, only this guy gets the lunch bell. The state management of this game, despite it being so simple, is actually a nightmare. It's so hard to manage because of this deferring that can happen, or like this rejection. So what's going to happen is there's going to be some event right? There's some event that comes through and the event says, hey, time for lunch. Anybody who happens to be ready for lunch, play the event. Now, if this is not happening, this level complete thing, then both of these will say yes at the same time. And if they both say yes, right now, if I just hook it up normally, they'll both get the bell sound, which will play the sound waves twice over each other and amplify. You'll hear it double loud and weird. It'll sound like crap. So I need to have some kind of logic that says, hey, when this event comes in, I have to dictate who is going to play the sound, if anyone, or I have to play the sound from up here. Assuming anybody says yes to it. Like if both of these players say no, I can't listen to this sound right now, it shouldn't play at all. So it's an or question. Play it globally if player 1 or player 2 is in a position to receive the sound, to receive the event. Which means I've got to put a layer in here now that kind of arbitrates that. Or I just, player 2 always checks to see if player 1 is in the same state. And if it is in the same state, player 2 can do it. So it's just like first in, first serve. So like if player 1 says yes, it's lunchtime, player 2 says I don't need to play the sound, even if it is lunchtime, because it's already playing on player 1. Or if player 1 said no, player 2 can go into lunch and play the sound. That's the other way to handle it. Yeah. The concern that I have, I mean, I could be pre-optimizing this unnecessarily. Like it could be that actually if I play the left speaker out of the left channel and the right speaker out of the right channel, like if they both play one half of the bell sound at the same time, maybe that's fine. I just have a feeling that it doesn't work like that. If that's how that works, then it's actually fine. Because then they're not global. They're just hard panned to the player who's sitting on that side. Maybe we should try that. Okay. It doesn't feel right though. It feels like there would be some kind of jank. But they won't amplify each other if they're playing out of two different speakers. So all right. Okay. And then I don't need to build something to solve this. This will just play. Let's try it. But the thing is, it's already doing that right now. When I press Q on lunch, if I force the lunch bell to play, hear that? That played both sounds out of both channels, I think. But maybe I can fix that. Yeah, that's got a stereo pan hard left. That's got a stereo pan hard right. So actually, I mean, like, this should have been perfect. Let's just try this. I just want to see something for a second. Morning. Where did that play out of? Because that played both ears. I need to hear this. No. That only played it once, but did you hear that out of both ears? I feel like I did. 100% that was both ears, right? Cool. Yeah. I think we need to say, let's go back over to here, and then this will tell me where it's playing from. Hey, Six Noob. How's it going? That said pan 0. That's wrong, man. I don't believe that. I don't think that's right. It just doesn't seem right to me. right? No. Like, I'm trying to play right now. The goal is to see what happens if we play 50% each, like the same sound playing twice. Because right now what happens is the state machine for each of these is separate. They're two separate games. They both separately receive the call to go to play the lunch bell. And ignore this. They both separately receive the call to play the lunch bell. However, because they are hard panned left and right, you can see this pan 1, pan -1. So where was that lunch bell playing out of? Because that actually seemed like it wasn't. I think the panning said 0. I thought it was 0 to 1. It's actually -1 to 1. So actually, if the panning on that says it's 0, that's being played right down the middle, which is what it sounds like it's being played. So at least the audio setup is correct. That was pan center. So the question is, what is this source? If the source is null, we play out of, I don't know what this is, the audio system source. Okay. So on lunch break, when I play this, I'm playing out of a source, but did we actually provide a source for the lunch bell? That might be it. I just didn't plug one in. So if we go to challenges, dog rain lunch break, the audio source for this, yeah, there is one. Oh, but it's not panned. Ah, that's it. Okay. We never gave it a pan. So actually, I got to go over here. Got to go to seat 1 and seat 2, go to each of the challenges. Okay. Well, that's kind of annoying, but it's not a big deal. So this needs to be panned left. And then this lunch break challenge needs to be panned right. Yeah. And that was hard left because of this. Was that, you know what? I think I might have pitched one and not. That's stereo pan 1 at pitch. No, that's the same. Did that sound right to you? Oh, do you know what it is? They've got a randomizer on them. The pitch gets whatevered. I wonder if that's okay. I've got a 10% variation on the pitch randomly. Maybe I can just pass in a variable that says no bool, no random equals false. And then on lunch break, yeah, perfect. That sounded really good. That sounded perfect. Okay. Das ist gut. Ja. Okay. I think we can just. I think that's just fine. And I think I prefer it too. The tough part is we still need to solve this. Do you know what? The lunch bell is kind of its own separate thing because the lunch bell is about you, player. It's a one shot. It's not a loop. It's not a background music sound. Whereas a lot of these, like, let me just check. Lunch bell. This lunch bell sound is a one shot. The lightning is probably a global event. No, it only can happen on people who are. Oh, dude. This is crazy. Let's just leave the lightning off for now. The thunder, though, should play on. It's rolling thunder ambulance. Rolling thunder ambience. So there should be only one instance of this per station. This does need to be handled by that. Even if your station, if it's not raining for you because you've got the game doing what it's doing, I still think that this needs to be arbitrated first. So I think we got around the lunch bell just because we were able to, because it's a one shot. You know, if it plays for you and then plays for me a second later, that's okay. But I don't think we can get away with that panning issue. I don't want the rolling thunder to start for you and then start for me. And now we've got two separate versions of the sound clip playing at two separate play positions. Panned, one pan left, one pan right. That's not going to work. Okay. I will solve this later, I think. I hope I'm not overcomplicating it. So the theoretical way to do it would be to create an object that represents the MQ, that represents the touch designer system, i.e. a third-party event listener on Game Manager. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I could do that. And the dog sounds, I mean, that could be a panning thing. I don't really know. You wouldn't want two dog sounds. You just want one dog sound playing across globally. Yeah, so it's the same thing as this. Okay. I might just finish this for the day and switch over to some scene map stuff. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a bit. Yo, we back. We're about to switch gears to scene map. And we had a question straight up on the re-entry. Did I play and talk about the Dusk Bloods preview? I did not play the Dusk Bloods preview. I do have a Switch 2. I did not sign up for the Dusk Bloods preview. It just wasn't really on my radar. I don't know. There's something about it that is not that appealing to me, despite it being a FromSoft game. I think I sort of got my fix of FromSoft multiplayer with Night Rain, you know? I mean, if it's good on release and it's got enough content for me, I might just pick it up around Christmas just because whatever. But the concept of PvPvE is, I don't know, it's a strange one. I also don't love the aesthetic. If I'm being super honest, there's something about it that's just like, it just kind of feels like it's not a game that was designed with any one idea in mind. It feels like for all of the vampirism stuff, there's just as much everything else in it. It was like T-Rexes and like the Zork guy, the like underwater diving sort of thing. There's just so many things in it stylistically that I don't look at it and go, whoa. I look at it and go, ugh. Yeah, I mean, that's not, you know. One sec. Yeah, just something about it that's just not, it doesn't click for me yet why I need to get this game. So, we'll see. Does it have Sekiro parrying? If it does, I might be interested in it. Look, it's one of those things that could 100% become one of my obsessions. I'm not counting it out at all. But in terms of like just on the surface of it, the way it's kind of the Sakurai elements. What are the Sakurai elements? I saw you wrote Sakurai and I was like, what could you possibly mean by that? What could you mean by that? What does that mean? Sakurai? What did I miss? Smash Run and Kirby Air Ride City Trials. Is it? Is it? I don't really have a strong affinity to either of those games. You mean like the Great Cave Offensive in Smash Ultimate? Is that what we're talking about? It's got that almost like Dota thing, right? Where you are running around in the environment, leveling up, and then you come back together at the end and you fight each other, right? Yeah, I have like essentially no interest in that game mode, unfortunately. Like I could be made to be interested, but like inherently, if you just describe that to me, does not sound like a fun time to me. I would prefer to just play an RPG, really. Yeah. I just don't like the idea of like, I'm going to PvP with someone but first I have to run around and fight a bunch of mobs first. And I could be attacked by them at any time. Like, it adds a kind of pressure and randomness that I didn't even really find it that fun in Night Rain, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I felt like Night Rain, like, give me PvP, that's one thing. Give me PvE, that's a different thing. But random sort of roguelike PvE that then becomes PvP, that just feels like a lot of elements that I can't control. So if I'm going to feel good about winning or losing, I would want there to be a more constrained control. I don't know. It's just, I'll have to see it. I'll have to see. If the game tickles my fancy while I'm playing it, then maybe I'll play it more, but I don't have any initial interest. It doesn't sound like a good time to me. Okay. So, I've been working on this node settings window for a little bit, and I think it's coming along pretty well, if I'm being honest. I think this needs a stroke on the edges, but other than that, the settings look pretty good. I was thinking I need to provide like an override system for this. We're going to have a think about it, how to make it work. So in Unity, if I have a prefab and I do something to that prefab, the override shows up as this little blue tab here, that little blue line. Now, the overrides on the prefab appear when you select the drop-down for overrides, and then it renders all of the properties that have overrides, and then you unclick them for the ones that you want to unclick. I don't like that. What I would like to do, hey Daniel Zaharia Kesdi, what I would like to do is, instead of that, I would like to just have checkboxes all the way down the list, and you check the ones you want to edit, and when you uncheck them, they snap back to their defaults. That's what I would do. The only constraint around that is, I mean, it's not an obvious interaction pattern, first of all. So I need to make the UI work, the UX work. And programming it to work is also not super trivial, because these, like this slider, I'm sort of injecting the checkbox inside of the slider to do that, inside of the DOM of UI Toolkit. And so hooking up, sewing in the toggle inside of the element, and then hooking up its event callbacks and reserializing the changes based on the interaction. It's not amazing. It's kind of, it's not what it was meant to do. So does anybody have any other, I guess, what's the word? Suggestions on how I would manage overrides? We could have a think about it. So let's say I've got, this. And if this was just using the override system, then you could do something like this. And that's how you show their overrides. That's annoying. And then what, right click? And if you right click, you say revert override. The distinction between this and the toggle that I quite like about the toggle is the idea that if I'm over here, right, and I take away this, I could have two versions, one that looks like this and another one that looks like this, totally grayed out. And if I put a checkbox, so I have to, first of all, I have to do this, then make these go to the right, then left align them, then center align that, and then I do this, I flip that. Okay. So, a couple things. Hey, Kelzala Drama, welcome. Do I think solo devs need a publisher? Depends. If you can finish the game on your own, not necessarily. So the difference here, I like that clicking this on lets me then edit it, and then clicking it off turns it into this, where it sort of snaps back to what it actually is. I think that's a really nice model because it's very explicit. The only distinction is, how do I explain what's happening to you? Like, the options are clear, what happens is clear, but knowing in advance what's going to happen before you click the button is harder. I guess the distinction would be this. So this would be fully visible, but it's this and this that would be grayed out. So I would have to click it on. So this is the default state, it's off. And then checking it on makes it go like that. And checking it off flips it back. I think that's like pretty good. What don't I like about this solution, this Unity one? The Unity one? Well, the Unity one is, you saw that, right? It's, I need like an overrides drop down and I need to manually uncheck the overrides. I think I just don't get it. It's like, it's too involved. And most of the time I feel like you could solve this. Most of what you want to do is one of two things. The first is, hey, I've just got like some properties here and I just want to like un-override them. I just want to like return them back to what they were across like these nodes. That's the first one. The second one is the option of, I want to revert all overrides on this, just completely. Which I could do with just a burger menu. You know, you could just do a... Oh. Hang on. I lost my place. Yeah. Like this could fill. This could fill. This can go like that. You know, we could put something there. Combining both. What does that mean? DaVinci Resolve adds a dot on the bar to indicate the default value and a reset arrow button to reset it. Ah, yes. Does publisher can gain you more if you work with them? They can, if they're going to market the game for you. Yeah, the game will make more. I have a general question. How do you handle 2D backgrounds with a lot of vertical exploration? Do you make them very tall, or is there a better technique? You can make them very tall if you want, yeah. the same way that you would do horizontal backgrounds. So I think clicking this and then an option saying reset all overrides is probably fine. The thing you're talking about with the rewind arrow, I know what you mean. It's like there's keyframes and then there's this just like reset thing. I mean, I could literally just go into Resolve and show you. Wouldn't it be advised to follow the UX logic of Unity? I don't think we can replicate the UX logic of Unity. I don't think that's like feasible. We can get close maybe, but I don't think we can like reproduce it because it's so complicated. Like, look at this thing. Drop down and then what? Checkboxes? It just doesn't, it's just not a good solution. Like I'm not too happy about it. It's this plus with a back arrow. That's, oh, I don't know. Can you see that? Hang on a second. I'm just confusing myself here because I've got the clean feed set up. Well, I think that when we click this, right, having there be like an option here to reset all, or even here to reset all is fine. And then enabling or disabling these, I think seems like it makes more sense, right? Like it's locked, you unlock it so you can work on it, and then you make your change, and now that's an override. I'm happy to use conventions that Unity puts out. Like I'm happy to use the stroke to display when something is an override. That makes perfect sense to me. I just don't, and I'm happy to have this apply to prefab or revert. I'm happy to have that as a context menu when you right click this. That's okay. I just don't want the overrides drop down. I just think that sucks. So maybe we don't need the checkbox. Maybe we just need the blue stroke and then the right click. Maybe that's it. I think that actually solves it. Right click this. What do they call it? Revert. I could see that. When you right click this, you get this. So you get the blue stroke if you've updated it. Yeah. So it's always editable. You can either revert it and then the stroke goes away. You never have to do the checkbox, which means I never have to do any awkwardness with injecting stuff. It just works. I think I've made a decision. Hey, Caffeinated Minds. Yeah, that's the closest thing to the Unity system, and it's the easiest thing for me to implement. So that just wins straight up. Let's do it. Okay, so first of all, I need to change the stream information. Oh, I already am. Cool. I'm working on an editor for a Unity tool that I'm building. So if I go over to node settings, this is the wrong project. Whoops. What the hell was that? Rubber duck? Did you see that? There's a what's new thing, right? Rubber duck. Welcome to this helps you agent sessions. Rubber duck. Get a second opinion on a complementary model to surface missed details and edge cases. Complementary meaning free, or complementary meaning it complements you? How does this work? I don't like it. Is it for a game that you'll build later? It's for a game that I'm building now, and it's for the Unity asset store. Okay. So here's the node inspector. And I don't need the override label. So now that's what? No, I don't have any label now. Okay, that's better. So looking great. We now just need the blue stroke when there's an override. And I think if I go to .ussr, CMap styles, component is this one. And then I want .component override. Or just, I guess just override. Let's just call it override, why not? Then I want border color highlight. Border. How do I do this? That's better. So I want to add this override style to some of the borders. So slider component, and then Yeah, just like that. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want to see. So the idea would be that these are the override values. Is there a beginner guide for Unity scripting? Like custom editor scripting? Yeah. But I would only do this if you were using, like, this is built inside of Unity for Unity users. So if you want to support the Unity ecosystem, you could learn how to use Unity and then build editor tools for it. Or you could just build your own editor tools as a third-party system. Cool. My concern with this is that I feel like I need some new object to manage this aspect of the slider. Like, I need some sort of like property toggler or something that's like, hey, for all of these things are called properties, and we are tracking all of these values. I think I want to do this. I think I'm just going to describe it. And I'm going to send this over to Elzak, and I'm going to ask him how he thinks we should track it. Hey, Lath. How you doing? Nice. Okay, I might actually just leave this where it is for now because I think it might be a little beyond me, unless Elzak comes back with something obvious that I can just work on straight away. I don't need this. Let's go check out LFP for a sec. What have I got? Interactive preview and style inspector. We're working on overrides right now. Live preview support's next. So this is what we can do in the meantime. Serialized scene overrides.cs. Where the heck is that? Have I pulled? Oh, I see. This is tough. Property override is a class. Does this live on node? Hang on a second. Node. No. Node view has a scene node serialized. Oh, hang on. And does this have overrides? No? Bro, I'm confused. Oh, this is a partial class. Oh, I see. Yeah. I don't really know how. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Elzak about how to implement this thing. So I guess. Oh, I see. I set enabled to true. Ah, I see. I see. Okay, I think I'm understanding. I check if it's enabled when rendering the property. If so, I use that value instead of the system, the settings manager values. And then assign behavior like event callbacks for on changed, on right click, etc. based on whether it's enabled. Yep. Okay. All right. Hey, Sekiro noob, welcome. Okay, I think I know how to do this. So when I go to the node inspector, these values are the ones that I'm ripping from. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, so clear color, for example, is the name of the value that I'm checking. So when I go color field, get clear color field. Okay, and then the value that I fit for here, so color field dot value equals node dot data dot clear color dot enabled. That's what I do. Yo, Sekiro noob. Okay. Oh, I see. And then on the register value changed callback, that's when I literally do this check. So I can say like, I guess it will always be the case that no data enabled will equal true. And yeah. What's going wrong here? Nothing. So I click this. Then on the color field, I don't need this override to be here. I need this to be here. Actually, I just always add it. Like that. So as soon as I change this, oh, it worked. It overrides. Hey, look at that. Okay, now I just need what happens on right click. That's great. Context click event. Color value equals, yeah, let's just do that for now. So if I right click, it'll just go back. And then it should set the value immediately to the old value. So if I go, here's the thing. Or kind of, kind of change it. I had to click it twice. Probably because it creates an onChanged event when I do that. I think that's the issue. Like reassigning it does the thing. So again, we change it, we right click again. Yeah, that's the problem. And this color field is just it's not a class I can control. Hey, Bankshot. Thanks for the sub. Welcome. 33 months. Let's go. How you doing? And if I need to store some properties here, I might need an enveloping class. I could set it twice. That would be something. If I set it twice, it'll work, right? Because the first time it'll do it, the second time it won't. No. Okay. Actually, there might be something we can do here. If no.data dot clear color dot enabled, if it's not enabled, enable it, do all this stuff. And assign the new value. Always assign the new value no matter what happens. So we can change the color and then enable it to false. We'll see if that works. Otherwise, I got no idea. Otherwise, I'm just doing something wrong. Boom, 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 boom. Damn it. Try again. We'll see how many times that's being called. Okay, click, click, change. Lots of times. Change one time. Okay, clear that. Right click, reset, updating. Oof. That sucks. The callback happens too late. There's a race condition. So change it, updating color. Right click, reset, updating color. Dude, that sucks. Probably because this color change triggers this. Right? That's what I'm imagining is happening. The other way that we could do this is, let's just check something. Is there a set value without notify method? There actually might be. There might be. Okay, enabled is true. Oh, and we didn't get the freaking... Try that again. Okay, we change it. We right click. Updating color, reset updating color. So actually, this, setting this, it must be a property, yeah. This gets called in full before the callback from this change triggers this. So we reset the color and then it sets the color immediately after, which leaves us with a toggled on override. Let me see if there's a set value without notify, because it's literally just me assigning the value. So like literally me assigning anything on the other side of this equals will trigger this. So I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. So this event, notify if value changed, control. Oh, that's the control. That's just the callback. the other option would be if I assign it to a value that is the global default value, that just turns it off. Like it can't be. It's a weird option. But I mean, like, if it's the same value as the default, I let it be the default. The silent API is set value without notify. Oh. Okay. Color field set value without notify. Oh, thank you. You're a genius, McChockett. Change. It actually just literally was, I just needed to put the name of the thing, the control in front of it, and you knew. You knew. Okay. If only I understood what you meant more intuitively. Okay. So, sweet. That just works now. The only thing is, when I assign this, I need to know if that's okay. It was not a bad explanation. Okay, click, change, close, click, check, click. Oh. Well, those aren't the same. But maybe it's because I'm not choosing a different inspector in the meantime. Oh. Whoops. I'm actually not reloading the values from scratch. That's no good. Okay, so I click this. That's changed. I think that loaded from scratch. Let me just see if I can recompile. So, clear, go, go. Yeah, that was it. That actually worked. So this is the first time set up. So the idea here would be to create a context menu. And I think I just have a thing called context menu. There it is. Can I do like view.context menu? Build contextual menu. Node inspector doesn't have a position. Node inspector is a graph inspector. Graph inspector doesn't have a position. Yo, how's it going? We got some functionality. We're making progress. So that's our overridden property. I can right click to reset it. Change it, it becomes an override. Right click, reset. I had a question, Elzach, because I feel like in the past you made a comment saying that you didn't like this thing. And maybe this is just because it's not an IMGUI thing or what, but am I okay to literally just assign the serialized value here? I don't have to like do some, like I can edit the data directly from inside the inspector. Like I could just do that. Yeah. Yeah, I would like an undo, but yeah. That's what I was trying to say before. Like, are there things that you would want to do with this that I'm not doing? But maybe for now it's okay. Yeah. I'm just concerned that the way that I'm building it will be incompatible altogether. But if it's just a matter of when and how we assign this, then we could just replace this line with something else. I'm just concerned the way I'm building this is ugly. That's really it. It's already ballooning very quickly because I've got to register the callbacks for the thing. Maybe I should do some sort of a wrapper class around all of the components. So like everything that can be, every property that can have an overridable property or something. Yeah. And then I just pass the property in. But then all of the properties need to have and they all need to provide or meet an interface for like on-changed and stuff like that. And not all of them do because the layer mask doesn't. But then the other question was, no, I don't want to use the drop-down layer mask. Actually, let me ask a question. Node inspector, layer, this. Let's just turn this off for a second. Or not even that. Let's just like, no, I want... No? Oh, that's what I want. I just want to see what that looks like. Yeah. Yeah, it's just that I would, like, right now... yeah, I hate this. I hate it. It's the only thing I'm concerned about is that right now, my layer mask is not a property, so it doesn't inherit from like basic field or whatever it's called. So like all of, say slider inherits from base slider inherits from base field, and base field I think is the one that has the callbacks for if you change the value, because it inherits from I notify value changed. And so maybe I just need to populate the wrapper class with anything that inherits from I notify value changed. And then as long as my layer field implements I notify value changed with it, which it now does, then I don't need to worry about how to draw it. But I also, yeah, I mean, I want to be able to attach the USS class override. So I need to maybe pass in, maybe I notify value changed needs to have inherit from the field straight up. I could try to inherit from base field here. I just don't know what I would have to do that. Like how much extra nonsense I would need to support. I have no idea. We can look into that later. Because then the wrapper class for overrides would have a base field as the other parameter in the constructor. And then I need to check what value, or I need to pass in the value type maybe, so it knows what it's tracking or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Ugh. Okay. Well, if I inherit from base field, then it will have a visual element that I can assign the class to no matter what. So that actually might work. Yeah. Well, that's what that's why I messaged you, because I wasn't sure if you were going to say, Adam, the way you do this, I'm sure I'll want to do it anyway. I don't want to have to do work that you have to then unpick. I mean, I have it styled the way I want already. It's very easy to do. But the front end work of making it do this any further from here is implementation that I don't know if you'd have an opinion on. That's all. It doesn't look pretty right now. That's all I'm saying. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. I can have a crack at it. It doesn't hurt me to try. It's all good. It's all good. I'll let you finish your message. So, and then yeah, I was invoking the context menu. Well, I mean, it doesn't block me as a designer. No. I mean, the next thing that it blocks is the release of the tool, but it doesn't block me. This is a dead end. This styling task, like, let's say I have the styling done for overrides and I say that's done. I can move on to the next thing I want to style. It doesn't block me. No. The implementation blocks us because at some point it needs to be implemented. So we'll come back to it later maybe. I'll see if I can get this context menu behaving the way I want. Oh, it's literally this dot world bound. Okay, and then what is this? Menu commands. So then I would do this, right? So it's yield return new. IEnumerable menu command. Oh, this is getting a little chonky now. Don't hate me. And then what's the last property? Custom width. I don't care about that. Oh. Hey, Squeams. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
I'm saying hi. Also, what do you want to do?
Hi. You said you wanted to have something nice?
Oh, I don't know.
I just want to... I mean, I'm happy to do anything nice with you. One sec, pals. Just got to mute myself. Got to say some mushy, nice words to my wife. Okay, we're back. We're going to have freezer food tonight, I think. Okay. So, what are we doing here? New menu command, color field value, set colors. This is for... No. This is like reset, revert, and then new. Oh, just go away. Menu command, yes. But this goes. What kind? Party pies, maybe? Chippies? So menu command has a label. And then the command is an action to execute. So revert will literally just say color field set value without notify. Yes, that's the thing. That's the right click setting, which means that this removes the class. That's perfect. Okay. And then the other one is called apply to project. And then this to do, implement this. Cool. Breaded cheese. What the hell's breaded cheese? Breaded cheese? That sounds like a dream for my wife. She would love that. Nothing happened. Is that going literally nowhere, or is that going somewhere but I can't see it? Oh, dude, I have no idea. Breaded cheese? Like cheese schnitzel? Like you take a block of cheese and you cover it in batter, like breadcrumbs and egg, and you deep fry the cheese? What is mozzarella sticks? Oh, it's bread sticks that have melted cheese through them? Like it's like more of a biscuit almost than actual. Hang on a second. It's cheese with crumbs on the outside, deep fried. What the hell? Okay, I think I've maybe had this before, but I really don't. It's not common to me. I've maybe like once in my life. So it's literally like schnitzel cheese. Volt market. So it's literally, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is not common for me. I don't know why we don't have this. It seems, I'm sure we would have them. Let me see. Yeah. You can get them. You can get them. I just didn't. I think I've just never seen them. Yeah, we got them. Mozzie sticks. Yeah, okay, we've got that. I don't know why we didn't have that. Is that something that you eat at like... That's not like an Olive Garden thing, is it? Mozzarella sticks? Yeah. Yeah, camembert sounds nice. We don't... I don't like to eat too much cheese. I think it's a lot of dairy. But let me see if this is going to open. Oh, those are breadsticks, not mozzarella sticks. Okay, wait a second. So I can change this. I right click. It is calling right click, but then reveal context menu is not. You're a vegetarian. I think I knew that. For health reasons or for what are they called? Ethical reasons. Reveal context menu. Doot, doot. Okay, so there is a menu. I don't know where it's invoking though. It seems like it's not right. Oh, okay. But like, you mustn't have loved meat that much. If like it, or the reason was stronger, whatever it was. Oh, so it was ethical? Like as a teenager, you were like, I don't want to harm animals kind of thing? Or was it like, I want to see if I can do this, like a personal challenge? Where the heck is this? Where is the context menu spawning? It says that it's spawning and then I just don't see it. I don't know what's happening. Why can't it? It's even explaining that it is revealing it. But I don't know where that's showing up. I guess I could just check where else it gets called and see what I pass in. Bounds. Bounds here are source world bounds. On main menu requested, reveal context menu. On canvas menu requested. Okay. Sure. I don't know if I need to pass in when I do this, if the bounds. Okay, that should be fine. Ding, ding, ding. Ah, is it happening? Maybe it's being drawn underneath this. It could be there. It's just not. No, that doesn't seem right. Well, it could be. It is. Look. Look, chat. Okay. Well, it's good that it's good that it works. It's a shame because the colors, we're starting to get limitations on our color system here. Because like this looks okay, but like this on top of this on top of that. Oh, there it is. What the? Oh, okay. Yeah, this on top of that is not going to look good. Hey, Pixie Del Twitch. So... let's see if this works. Click that. Hey, it does work. The whole thing's custom. The whole thing, Joseph. It is. That didn't do anything. Oh, because I need to assign it. Okay, so I'm here. I right click, I do some value, I say revert, I change it, I say apply, and now it's here. Sweet, it works. Thank you so much for the sub. It works. Huzzah. Well, I think I might keep this as like the only one. Or maybe I'll see if I can implement the class thing, the wrapper. I just started indie game development journey. Currently, I'm learning C# and Blender. Any advice for me? Yeah, pick a really small project and work towards it. A really small one. So small. Like pick a project that you think you could make in like a weekend. If you succeed, see if you can make a project that would take you about a week. They won't take you that long. They'll take you 4 times that long. But at least pick one that you think will take you that long at first, and then use the adjustment to rationalize what you should do next. Every time you pick a project, guess how long it'll take you. And pick a project that you think only extends what you know by a little bit. And I bet you'll learn way more than you think you will. As you do that, you'll be racking up portfolio projects. So by the end of it, you'll have a bunch of projects you've made that taught you a bunch of stuff, and you'll feel good about it. That's my advice. So we would have something like public class override field. Damn, what the heck? Why is it so good? Why did it, what? Okay. Shit. It just auto-completed that whole class. I didn't even... Yeah, from up there. That's crazy. I didn't even have to do anything. So then I think this isn't visual element, but it's basic field. Is it basic field? What's it called? Field basic? No. Let's go back to slider. Base field. Well, why don't you implement that? Is that because I have to do the extra bit at the end, the colon, and then base field, whatever? Yeah, you got it. Colon, base, yep. So visual element does not, but that's because this needs to be a... Excuse me. This becomes property override of T. Is that right? But how will I make a slider of type that? Like if I wanted to use the slider has a float. It doesn't have, I don't think I can make a slider of type. No. Base slider is base field. Oh, slider is base slider of type float. But that's what I'm saying. I think this is what I was concerned about. So because I can't do this inherently, I would need to re-implement, I would need to like extend or create like a class for every field type that didn't have an ambiguous, what's it called? An abstract type. Not abstract, generic. For every field that doesn't just take generic types, which I don't know how many of them do. None right now, because none of them take generics that I use. Color field doesn't. I mean, the whole point is that they all have preset types. So I would need to create a thing, which is kind of what I'm doing, but a wrapper class for each of them that had a generic type of type property override. Not generic or whatever. A thing of type property override. And then for each of them, I would need to like, anytime you change the thing, change the property override. Right. Like I would need to wire up the value change to the property override value change for each of the different things. I think. Maybe I'm not really getting it. It's not clicking to me how I would save lines of code doing it that way. Because if I don't do this, then the question is, yeah, then this is a float and that's that's fine. Yeah, I think, yeah, but the problem is that property override. Oh no, that's okay. That works. That works. And it's this is where I get stuck, because I need to be able to pass in the settings manager dot thing into this. And maybe that would need to be like an action that supplies that or something like that. Like I need to provide here a reference to oh yeah. Took in the getter and setter. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what about if property override had a get default that you assign when you instantiate it as an action or as a function return, like a return? So when I create a new property override, no, because that's serialized. So it's a reference. Oh, dude, I'm so confused. I'm a bit lost. It's that time of the night where I'm like not able to create long enough threads of RAM to solve the problem. I'll check the IMGUI version. Property override. This is called Ocean, this theme. How much do I sleep usually? I try really hard to sleep 8 hours. What ends up happening is I'm in bed for 9 hours and I get 6.5. My sleep efficiency is really low right now because I'm just not, my sinuses aren't properly drained when I go to sleep, and I'm just having trouble keeping them in check. But that's because of other lifestyle choices that I'm making. 6 is not enough. Like, you should be sleeping like 7.5. Any less than 6 hours and 45 minutes, and you're going to struggle, I think. Like 6 hours, 45 minutes is my absolute minimum. Any less than that, and I'm at a deficit. I can feel my mood too. It changes a lot. Okay. So, overrideable field. We're inside of partial class node view, has inspector, draw overrideable setting. So where are we doing like system save man? I'm doing sinus rinses. I'm doing sinus rinses with medication in them even. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I'm not a lucky man. Okay. Yeah. This is what I was thinking, Elzak. Hang on. So here, oh yeah, that's the override there. But then this is the get and set. Get global, set global. Yes, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah, exactly. I thought this was good. You don't like this solution? I actually do caffeinated minds. I do 2 saline rinses a day. 1 medicated, 1 not. And I have a CPAP machine as well. I'm trying. I'm doing my very best. But a lot of it is food related. It's inflammation more than it is congestion. Yeah, no, I think doing this once per field instantiation is fine. As long as I don't have to create a new class per field, I think that's where I don't like it. But I mean, you've still got a function for each of them anyway. So function class, it's not that different at this point. As long as I can abstract this part so that I can reuse this part. Yeah, that's right. So I guess it's like public action. Let's go back to node view. Dude, I'm learning so much about programming constantly. You think you like are going to finish and then you don't. Function float, get global, action float set. I guess you can't call that, or do I need... Oh, it's func. Func. I might not even need to store these. So that's get global. I guess I don't have that. I can't really do that. Okay. Oh, because it's all of this. Okay. Get global and then apply to project, set global value. Damn, that's it. That works. Will that work? Reveal context menu. Revert. Apply to project. Set value without notify. Set global. Override node equals false. I guess I could do a really quick little thing here called... Wait, this is a class. So I need a public void... You know what we're missing? We're missing the assign, the add class. Oh yeah, there. Public void set override class. So this should be that, and then this should be that, and that should be that. And then we need to listen for the on changed. So it's field dot register callback change event. Yep. Cool. That would be so cool if this works. Holy moly. Let's try it. And I'll put this below the constructor just to be a good boy and use my conventions that I always use. So instead of all this, you say override field color. New override field color. Node data clear color. Yes. New color field. Called background color. Then settings manager settings clear color. And then on assign save settings. Did you have this save settings as well? Maybe we'll keep that. That's fine as it is. And that's it. And that replaces not quite all of this. I think what I want to do is bring some of this up to here. And then we pass in color field here. Then we don't need this, and we don't need this, and we don't need this. And then we return override field. I am so proud of this, by the way. Look how cool this looks. This creates the whole layout. I did little fake scopes to help group it. And I used a variable called scope. So I can literally just take this. If I want this to be up here, I just do that. Because it's the same variable that I'm adding to. It's just that I changed which variable I'm talking about here. So it's like, oh, this is the whole node view. This is node bound settings. This is screenshot settings. If I want to move the pixels per unit slider, I just put it here. Done. I thought that was very neat. Yeah. Damn. Did we get it? Did we get it? Oh, the right click's not working. Let's go find out. Context click event for the field is right there. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Whoops. Oh, it is there. Oh, so good. Dude, it works. That's amazing. Okay. Then let's get... Should we try the sorting, the sorting layers? That would be insane. Oh, I'm so excited. So this is an override field of an int. Ah, but it's not a base field. Ah. I made a mistake. And if we don't want it to be base field, it needs to be an unchanged guy. That was the issue. So does it need to be base field, or can it be I notify changed? What do we use the field for? This. It's just the visual element. So we could pass in I notify changed and the visual element. The only other thing we wanted to do was maybe test to see if we could replace my layer mask field, layers field with base field. Int. And then I should check. Hang on a second. Yeah, this. Gotta be careful of this. In my layers field. Where do I use value? Just there. But do you think I should, when you say feed that through, do you mean I should do like get and then go like return value, base dot value? And then set Wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. Ah! Huh? This value is the keyword value that came through this, but I want to set my value, it's this dot value, right? I think that's right. And then I do the same constructor nonsense over here, or I say colon base and then pass that in there, keep that. And then I don't need title here. Okay, maybe I do need title there. Shut up. Okay. Okay. Technically this works. But this hides inherited member. Which would be what? Can I do that? If you use base.value, I think you can get rid of your values field. No, well, values is, it's different. Values is literally The actual, well, I don't know. I'll ask GPT. Let's go have a look. Can you simplify this without breaking any of the implications of the logic it would need in order to function the way it does now? Because what's happening is each of the... It's not that much smaller. The thing is, this is a checkbox. It's an object made of a bunch of checkboxes. I know what refactoring means. I know what it means. I just didn't think of it, okay? I've used the word before. You never heard me say that? But see, it still kept it. It still kept the integer. Yeah, I don't know. Because basically what needs to happen is I need to pass in the change event for all the toggles so that essentially this is what needs to happen. See this? See how these are all, oh, they're all expanded now. See how if I click this, the whole parent needs to be considered changed. And if I reset the parent, all of the children need to be considered changed inside of that. Did this break? Why did this literally not work the same way anymore? What did I do? I think I actually did something wrong by doing that. It's been a long time since the last commit, my friend. We're a long way from commit land. I think if I just undo until we go back from before base field, I think we're okay. Yeah, okay. I think I commit now. Adds generic. Override field. Class for node inspector. Okay. What was my first game? I started making games in like 2012, I guess was my first game. I didn't submit it anywhere, but I made it for myself. Maybe even 2011, 2010, depending on what you consider a game. Like I was building stuff that you could play in 2010. And I was like 18, 19. They weren't very good, but they worked. Okay. I think if I go, I'm going to be lazy, and you can fix this if you want, Elzak. I don't mind. But I'm going to call this visual element, and I notify value changed T. Field. It might not be able to do that. What is this base field? Label element. Oh, okay. And then what does this need? A visual element input. Okay, and then why can't we do this? Register callback. Oh, I can't register callback. Wait, I can on element, right? Yes, I can. Okay, then this needs... That works. I just passed it in twice. Starting college tomorrow. Software dev. Any advice? Enjoy it. Stay engaged. Don't fixate. You're going to have a great time. Can I do that? No, that doesn't work. You can't construct that way. I think I just deal with it. Just pass the same thing in twice. Sorry, Elzak. You can fix that for me later. You can fix that for me. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens. If this works, I'll be absolutely ecstatic. Bing, bing. Nope. Nope. It's okay. We were one off. Not a big change. Little change. That doesn't look right. Whoa. Don't do drugs. Damn it. It did do the thing though. It did sort of do it. Let's do this. And let's not do this. Boom, bop, boom. Okay. Damn it. For some reason, the on value changed is not... Wait. Is this even the right one? What am I talking about? It's this one. Nope. Is it this one? No. Which one is it? Get bounds sorting layers. Specifically, this is the one that we toggled. But that's not adding the side thing. And this one is. I think this is the problem. That's already got component on it though. Hey, Pelly. So what does this actually do? Set override class property override dot enabled. Set override class says element dot class contains override. Add override. Okay, sure. This field is field. This element is element. Set property override enabled. Set property override value is value. Rect. Mouse pause. Register callback. Set enabled. Why is that wrong? And I'm actually really curious because there's no reason for it to be. Pick element. Why is okay, that's there, but then hang on a second. Override field, and then inside of that is this. So why does hang on a second. Why does override field have its own element? Because override field is of type, it extends base field. Oh, that's no good. I'm adding a field into it, right? I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm adding this, but where does field and element come from? I guess you pass it into this. And what does that do? Visual input. Yeah, that's not what we want. I guess my question is, does this need to be... Yeah. No. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It needs to inherit. Wait a second. I'm confused. How come... I guess we did need to pass it in. I'm confused. Why did we need to do that? If it's extending from that. Ah. We're in dangerous territory now. Oh, dude. I went all the way back to exactly when I committed. Okay. I think for now... The thing is, even this, it's like the way this ends up working, I must have done it wrong. If I go to the debugger, you can see the base field is inside of the override field. It doesn't just extend it. It's encapsulated by it when I pass it in. And that's not really what I expected to happen. Because you would think that you don't even have to do this. Why would I have to pass this in if override field T? Do you know what I mean? If it just extends base field T, why would I need to pass this in at all? Wouldn't I just say this is of type something? I don't know. I'm confused. Like I'm passing an existing base field in as a parameter to something that extends base field. instead, I kind of want to... I mean, like, does this class even need... That's what I'm saying. Does this class even need to be a field? Or can this class just be a class? And then we just get... Yeah. So I would imagine that I do this, and then I have this. And then when I do this, I just say dot field. Why didn't that compile? I think it's compiling now. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Well, now I feel like we could go back to what we were doing before, where we had the two parameters, but maybe we'll just see if we can make layers field. For now, actually, we don't even really need to use layers field. I could just use, you know, I could just use an actual layer mask field. Get layer bound sorting layer. Okay, yeah, here we go. Include inbound sorting layer. Get bound sorting layer. Cool. Hey. It works. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Hey, these. There are 2 of these. It's 4 masks. Maybe they shouldn't be 4 masks, but there are 4 masks. It's render mask in bounds, sorting mask in bounds. You know? Okay. Do I need to update these or do we just let it be? You were lazy. Oh, you have 2 of them? Wait. I don't know. I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it. Do you think... I was thinking about if we could make it smaller. Yeah. Wait. Okay, well, it's ambiguous which ones these are supposed to represent. So I'll just leave it. Wish I didn't have to pass the scene graph view in here. This sucks. You're even confusing Copilot now. Oh, this is so laborious, man. Whoops. One sec, pals. Phone call. All right. If you want, you can add the override fields to the node overrides. They just won't take effect right now because they will only read the global values. What? No. I want that. You goon. Don't assume what I want. You don't know what I want. Just relax. This is so... Dude, Copilot is cracked. In a bad way. No, it's always been the tab completions are just never that good. They're okay. I like them this way because I don't want them to be too smart. Like, I'm not asking for agent mode. It's just, it's very limited what it can do. It won't suggest. It's always been a bit like that. It's like hiccuping the whole time, but it's okay. All right. Okay. So let's try this one. Why don't I just return the field instead of returning dot field? Where do these live in memory after I instantiate these? How will the garbage collector know where this is? I just realized. But like, I'm no longer referencing these things. But I need them. I still have I guess the event callbacks will keep the references. Hey, squashed. No, not Raylib. Just C#. It's Unity. Okay. So, boop, boop, boop. Revert, revert, revert. Wow. Pretty good. Pretty good. Still not happy with these, but it's okay. So when we right click this, I mean, I guess it's just that when we right click it, it doesn't know where it could be that it does know where the mouse is. Also, is window, it's not static, is it? No. I don't think there is a static anything. Because there's only going to be, well, yes, I did move it, but now I need to move the context window above that. It wasn't the context window, it was the toolbar. It was this that I didn't want. Like that. This was rendering in front of that on hover. But context window can go in front of both. So, scene, graph, window, context, menu. Create context menu overlay. Context menu layer dot add. Add context menu layer. So context menu layer. So where does toolbar? Oh, they both live on context menu layer. Ah, I see. So then maybe the toolbar should live on just view. save ourselves some energy. That's still good. What? Okay. Doesn't like that. You're right. It doesn't cost anything. Sometimes I think about the difference. Oh, except that doesn't work. Damn it. Well. Hey, Need Games. How's it going? What am I doing wrong about this? Ah, here. Yeah, I feel like there are two kinds of people. You can split people by there we go. Nice. Good, sort of. I think it's still behind technically. But then what is the inspector is there. So we should just put context menu layer in front of that. And the main menu in front of that. And then we're good. Yep. 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 Yes. Perfect. Now we just need to make sure that it's using the actual position instead of... The hell? Dude, it's almost 7. Oh my gosh, what the hell? Hey, it works. Perfect. Bing, 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 ding. Ooh, baby. Pretty sharp. All right. I'm going to commit that and merge it into main. What are these things called? Oh, override fields. Not that I think this is like right now, you can't actually access the entry point for the live view. There's no entry point yet. I'm sure you could re-add it. It's just a button, but that's not there at the moment. So I've got two parts left. Sweet. Thanks, everyone. That's the stream. If you want to support what I do, you should wishlist Insignia. Well, not like that. Actually, how many wishlists do we have? It's probably a question worth answering. We have... does it need me to log in? Steamworks doesn't tell me anything right now. I think it must have logged me out. Okay, sorry. You can make the number go up if you wishlist Insignia on Steam right now. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today, everybody. For those of you who are interested in getting some consulting advice from me, I actually do have a little consulting business that I'm running at the moment. I actually had a client today, and I thought it was a really good time. I had a lot I could share with them. You can check that out if you're interested. If you have something you want my eyes on, something you want me to check out for you, happy to do that. Okay, let's find someone to raid. Le Ginger Dev, maybe? All right, that's the stream, pals. Thank you so much. I won't be around tomorrow because I'm going up to take a bit of a weekend off with my friends. So thank you so much for checking out the stream. I'll catch you Monday. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.